Okay, well, we have some. Hi, guys. Okay, we got this, we got this, we got this. Okay, that's done, and then we need some music, so let's start the websites. Good, we have music. It's gonna be dropped, dropped. Camera is working. Uh, previous. And wait, today is 420. It's, today is 420. Okay. Okay. So we have this done. Now it's music going. OBS is done. Now we need to project the projection. It's like bigger, always on top, corner, 50 inch. Okay, so we have that going. Let's see, does this fix my problem with this fix my problem with the camera. This is still going. This is going. This is going. Okay, so all the juice is going to where it should be. Add. No, that's not it. Elgato virtual camera. What the hell is Elgato virtual camera? Please run camera hub to use Elgato camera. Okay. Camera hub. No, I can't because the program is not running with me. Okay. And who the hell allowed you to install Outlook? How the hell did Outlook get into my computer? What the hell, Windows? Okay, let's see. Control panel. Add remove programs. Backup. Devices. Internet. Default programs. Programs and features here. Installed. Okay. Definitely remove you since you don't want to work for me. Yes. Oh, and now that you don't want to get uninstalled. The problem with the Windows installer package, the program as a part of a setup did not finish as expected. Microsoft Edge Web View 2 runtime installed March 1st. Huh? Oh. Okay, let's double check one thing. Filters. Okay, NVidia noise removal. That works. This doesn't want to work. Let's see. If we plug it. It's not thinking about it. Camera is still on. Camera is still on. And then we go standard deactivate, activate. Okay, now it works. For how long? I have no idea. Now it seems to work. What's this? Edge Web View runtime. Yeah, no, but are not. We're not gonna take any desktop runtime, so Windows desktop runtime. Windows this. Microsoft desktop runtime. They're all installed about the same time. Nope. Goodbye. And close applications and attempt to restart them. Let's see. Okay, we have one camera still going, so that's good. Close. Right, so it does need this. Yes, we are downloading that thing. And good. Good. So most people say that the problem with the cam link is signal device. Okay. Done and that's good. The Galo camera hub. More open file location. Keys. Location. Work. hopefully just deleting it solve some of the problems. And then back to work. So being dumb at this point. Cannot remove it and repair it. Right, so right now it's a zombie because I have to go to the registry and kill it piece by piece. All right, so that problem solved. But we have at least we have some camera work. Damn it. Right. So now, very carefully, you have to set the camera in a new space. I think setting it up there makes the most sense. At least for building things. So, and cue the camera. We plug this, and then unplug this. Now, grab the camera, and we're going on a trip up there. Life would have been better if we could hold CEOs and in general, board of directors for companies personally responsible for the failures of their software and hardware. If you build something, you give it out to the public, and it doesn't work, we get to harass you at home. And if you don't like it, build better stuff. Makes sense. This. Let's say we want to make this work. It's close enough, I suppose. Could probably be more up or more back, but that's this. No, just this long enough to you can run it up there. maybe. And then the last cable, you might be able to do this. Nope. So use the step a little loop here so you never yank it out. Yeah. And then we're gonna run this. We're gonna run this way. Stab it across the whole thing. Just so it doesn't interfere with the plywood. Here. And what's this? It's this way, right? That was the pen. This goes here. This goes here. Yep. There. And now the HDMI cable. Across all this stuff. Here, and then finally end up running here, and then drop it down here. Do not interfere with most of the things, and then we can plug it in directly. Nice. What do you mean you're off? Is the camera off? Uh-oh, bad idea. Not the prettiest picture, but why not? Why don't you want to work? Okay, now you're just being obnoxious for no reason. You ever hit the port or something? About this one. No, that one is dead too, for some reason. Okay, let's go back to the USB cable that seemed to work for a while. Maybe I have a problem with ports. That's the problem. Oh, the camera is off. Where the hell is the camera off? You giving enough power or something? I swear, hey, you're supposed to just stay there. Stay turned on. How? It worked 5 minutes ago. Let's try again. I swear, this is it's not my day. That's such a good day. Like that. All the other things are working. Except that one thing. No, the cam link is. I have no idea. Cam link is what? Okay, I've been switching the cam links. I have two for some reason. Switching them back and forth, and it's just. Oh. How much money these things cost? It should work. Work. You plug it in and it works, and not. Well, maybe will not. Camera hub, whatever. Useless. Well, this one's dead too. I think it has to do with the USB ports. For some reason, my machine is turning them off. I think that's the only thing I can think of. Is that for some reason my PC just doesn't like. No, it's off. All right, I'll give it 20 more minutes, and then I'm gonna move on to other things. Otherwise, this stream is gonna turn into an F-bomb. Let's see. Let's go. Power options. Power. And then go. Power options. Sleep. And then we're gonna go into power settings. Change plan settings. Change advanced power settings. And then under USB, here it is. Save. USB selected suspend settings. Apply. setting. Let's double check. Okay, good. Let's switch plans. Go panel back. Let's go back to balance. Boom. Close. And now let's see what happens. That's the problem. Where's the cable? Let me guess, the camera is off. Yeah, the camera is off. Useless across the board. I think like the biggest problem with this is that all of those changes and settings are being changed per update, just for your benefit. And is the camera? No, the camera is still off. Even more about here. Nope. Okay, next query. No, that doesn't work. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do the following. We're just gonna go link 4K drivers. We can download the new drivers and force it to work. So that goes download, product, capture. Okay. Yes. Oh, where's the drivers? Maybe I have something running, but I don't have Teams running. What do I have? What do I have running in the background that might be showing at the camera? What the hell is this? June? Browser page. What the hell is this then? One driver, no. Okay, so that's not it. Um, it's great. One more things from Elgato, and then if that doesn't work, I don't know what will. It doesn't work. I work on the cell phone until the cell phone dies. Gonna kill my processing power. Thank God I don't play games. Stream. that. Let's do this. This thing called Camera Hub. What is this thing? This is still fighting with me, but why? Camera Hub. Oh, let's remove it completely. For other programs. Yes, where's the Camera Hub? Okay. Yeah, by the time I'm done, there's not going to be a sign of this application. And this one is the close program. it. More. Remember in college I had to deal sometimes delete viruses the same way, finding them specifically in registry and knocking them down a peg. That's it. Okay, cool, done. All right, so that's done. And now capture 4K utility. No signal. New version. Uh, later. Library. Short films. Okay, capture devices. Coming 4K. Mic. Software automatic detect high improve. No video input firmware. Is it on? Good, and no signal. And no way to update version. So licenses, mic recording. Just. All right, that's. Hey, Jen. Oh, in between, I crashed the PC. So, yeah. So that's that. And then my cam link is not working. Like it kept on dying on me. And, and it's one of those, I don't know what to do with it. So right now we are running on the cell phone. It's stupid, I know, but there's nothing I can do about it. For some reason, maybe I need to start the computer again or something, but it's just it keeps on just turning off over and over again. So, yeah. So it's like the dumbest thing ever. And it worked. It worked a little for a little bit on the side when we had the USB cables, and and it was okay-ish, and so on and so forth. And then all of a sudden, it just decided that it's not going to work. Yeah, now it just turns off. And I have two of those, and I've been trying to switch between them, and none of them are working. So I'm thinking maybe my computer is just turning USB drives off or something. I spent what, almost 2.5 hours. Well, I was productive, and then things started turning off, and now it's not like I'm okay being on the cell phone camera, but that's going to die very soon because that just doesn't survive long times together. So I don't know, I don't know what to do. It's not the first time I'm having problems with the cam link. Like for how awesome it's supposed to be, it just keeps having the same stupid issues. And I don't know if it's the camera issue, it's the I have two cameras. They both worked on almost all their things. I tried both of them. I tried, you know, sort of doing a little Macarena. I have tried everything. I don't know what's going on. It's frustrating. Like genuinely frustrating. I guess we're going to be stuck here on the cell phone. And then my computer restarted because when I was downloading and updating drivers, NVidia decided it's a good idea to just, without warning or asking, that crash my PC. And I mean hard crash to the point where I actually had to push the power button because even the reset button didn't work. So genuinely had to. Power button down and not push, press and hold. So it's serious when you actually have to press and hold just to turn it off, and then because NVIDIA decides that fuck it, they know better. I swear, I think there should be an application that takes the CEOs and the board members and the developers, the senior developers of software, and makes them susceptible to physical punishments for screwing things up. Yeah. NVIDIA causes a problem. You get upset, you go on a website, you push a button. If enough people push the button, it's a big application, so a couple thousand people push the button, a wet, pink slime, covered with goo, slimy dick, shows up right in front of the CEO and goes across the face. Not hard, I don't mean to cause damage, but just this embarrassing of getting slapped by a wet dildo. And then they are left with slime on their face. And that's it. And every time, enough people push the button, a random pink dildo covered in slime, wet jello, shows up and goes across the face. And that's it. No violence otherwise than that. Not hard. The point isn't to cause physical damage. Because I'm very much against hurting people because it's a job. But if you imagine you're at a fundraiser or you are doing a presentation for investors, or you're testifying in front of Congress about how good your software is and how safe it is, and suddenly you get slapped by a wet dildo across the face, and you're left with slime on your face, and then people who are close to you suddenly will go like, oh, maybe I have to step back because the guy has been cutting corners or the girl has been cutting corners, and when the splash happens, I'm gonna be in the same circle. Tell me how many days would a CEO of a major company put up with bad software if the risk was that randomly him or her or some of the main developers are going to get slapped by this. Because I can tell you, it worked really well when I was in middle school. In middle school, we had chalkboards. I know nowadays kids don't know what it is, but we had chalkboards. And you had these big industrial sponges to wipe the chalkboard. It seems innocuous, right? But the problem was, after at least 3 periods, those sponges, big, wet, old things, about this size, were all grimy with the chalk, with the calcium carbonate, right? They were soaked with this. They were wet and had this fluffiness that when it dried, left white marks that were very hard to deal with. And my teacher used to do this, used to take it and just yeet it at the person that was talking in the back of the room. Now, I don't support physical punishment, but we very quickly realized that the people that sit in the back and talk, you will really want to sit at least 2 chairs away from them. At least 2 chairs. Why? Well, because they talk, they get flung that wet sponge, and there is collateral damage, there's splash damage. So you lose reputation. So, it will solve all the problems. And again, every time I try to do a Windows update and something doesn't work, I push a button. Limited to say 1 push a day or 1 push every 12 hours or something. Windows is a big company. Say there needs to be 1 million people that are upset about a topic. Push a button. And then it gets slapped. NVidia, big company, 500,000. It just solves all the problems. Of course, if somebody develops an app like this, there's clear ways to expand it. You could eventually expand it to politicians or local sheriffs or something. Yeah, well, you want to see really quick improvements? Put a billboard in front of a politician's house, or in front of his wife or her husband or his husband favorite relaxing spot in town, saying, meet Kent Smith, the cunt that wants your kids to be shot by AR-15s. Or, meet, Josephine Tabuk, the cunt that made your eggs be so expensive because she voted, to deport illegal immigrants. Meet the CEO of Shell, who lied about, gas efficiency of their vehicles and has caused X number of deaths in your community. You put billboards like this in front of their houses, in front of their friends, so they cannot escape from, hiding their private things or whatever. And suddenly, no. But the thing is not shame. Shame worked both ways. So say you have a company X, and the CEO of that company is truly an amazing and hardcore cunt by the standards we're trying to we're trying to portray. Like really, completely controversial. And I don't mean in the Australian, kind of supportive thing, but really, really bad. And you start posting this up, and they're really tough and psychopathic and dark triad and narcissistic and full of themselves, whatever, really. And they don't care about what people call them, but they will care that there's a chance that half of their friends and acquaintances are going to keep their distance. Shame works not because you are ashamed, but because people are ashamed of you. Guilt works because you're feeling guilty, not because somebody else feels guilty. But shame works because people around you, right? So if you put it in front of their favorite breakfast spot, and now everybody looks at the billboard, looks at you and goes like, what did you do to piss off people so much that they put a poster up there? And again, you don't have to lie, because again, lying is bad, and and putting people down and bullying is bad, like all those things. I agree, but some people got really, really, really careful once Elon Musk started doing the Roman salute, right, the Nazi salute. People got very careful. In Germany, some artists decided to project it onto the side of a Tesla factory, and guess what? The government said that's illegal. Why? Well, because you cannot do Nazi symbolism in Germany, for obvious reasons, right? So if Germany says you cannot post a video of him doing it, then him doing it's pretty bad, right? And suddenly people go like, maybe not, right? That's how you get things done. It's not because of you, it's because you get isolated. You can have, all the money in the world, and if everybody thinks that you have, a very communicable, very disgusting disease, suddenly you go like, maybe I should change my behavior. If everybody treats you like, like you have dry rot, well, there's definitely a tipping point. But if one person thinks you're crazy, CEO of Windows gets an email saying, "Hey, why the hell you allowing your product to be messed up so much?" They don't care, right? But they get 5 million of those emails. They're going to start asking questions. Elon hasn't found it yet. He's about to. There's a magic number at which point his investments are going to go like, hey, where's the collateral? Because business works on loans. You borrow money against the stock, so you can do money with free money, right? That you borrow. But if his collateral drops low enough, banks might start going like, and we want the loan back because we don't think you have enough. And if you have a lot of money, say you have $1 million house and you ask for a loan for 50,000 and you put your house as collateral, the bank is going to be happy. You pay the loan back, awesome. You fail and they get the house, awesome. But if you take a $1 million loan on stock that used to be worth 2 million, bank was happy, and now the stock is worth 200,000, that's risky, because there's if they fail, you're losing all of it, right? So that's how you get either way. Let's build the shelf for this, and then whatever. I really hate the fact that I cannot stream like 2 hours. Pretty much, I finished the thing, and I pretty much tried to do it, and it's been shit since. So yeah, 2 hours, 2 hours of change, just trying to make it work. Right. Oh, it's annoying because it's a waste of time. It's a waste of my time to try so hard to make it work, and I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's an update. The camera was fine for months. I mean, since the last set of issues, and since 4 of my drives died because Windows decided to do an update. Again, I think with NVidia, they decided to do an update and just crash the system completely. And I had to actually hard format my drive to install a new system. So, like, and it's not like I'm updating games. I'm just using the same software, like my rule of thumb is if it costs more than $1,000, it's supposed to work, period. Full stop. And paying $1,000 for anything, I think that's a good number. Then that piece of software, that hardware needs to work. Not it might work, not we need to patch it, it works. Now, bounded for $1,000, it's easier to mess it up. But if you're just updating it to the software that the company is forcing you to use it, it should work. Well, Windows is, I mean, again, we're using Windows 11, which is already like, what, 10 years old? 5 years old? And I still like 10 better than 11. Yeah. So it's like, but all of those things are starting, get updates, and it's like why? Why do you need more telemetry? Why do you need all of these things? And again, I think the sweet spot is $1,000. At $1,000, things should work. Bounded at 50,000, they should work and work forever and not, but they should work. This whole idea that I have to replace things and constantly fight with a system, it's like, no, that's not how it's supposed to work. But what do I know? Okay, let's cut these down to size. It gets me very upset because it's a waste of my time. I mean, it's not a waste of my time because I want to stream and I want to be here with you guys and all those good things, but it's a waste of my time because it should work and I should just be able to plug and play. And then unless I mess with it, bound that a couple of times I try to update things and that weren't exactly the ones that was recommended because I thought it was smarter. So okay. 10 and 5/8. 10 and 5/8. Again, I think the idea of a very visible public shaming, public inconvenience, because you being covered in slime is a public inconvenience, I think it would be very appropriate. I think companies would fix things right away. That's one. And the second one is punishments should be proportional to the revenue. Not the profit, the revenue. You make a $1 billion of sales a month, penalty for every fuck up is 4% of that. 4%, flat. No exceptions, no nothing. Tell me how long it will take for things to get fixed. A month, maybe two. And then make the CEOs and the CFOs and the board of directors cover those costs. A plane falls out of the sky, the CEO goes to prison for 10 years. Or 5. Or under scrutiny, and unless they can prove it that this was, act of God, they didn't cut any corners anywhere. Every screw was tightened to spec. prison. Things will get cleared up very quickly, and then, and then if nobody wants to run the company, government takes over, and then we hold the politicians accountable. Solves all the problems really quickly. Gets really uncomfortable for everybody. Yeah. Hey, I'm done being angry. Well, I'm going to be angry for a day probably. But every time a Windows crashes, there should be a button that randomizes which virus gets or which phishing scam gets sent to the CEO and every board of directors and every CFO, every C-suite level executive gets a virus or a phishing scam on their IoT or their home computer or their laptop. Their car Bluetooth gets hijacked, and now every time they drive to work, they have to listen to Baby Shark or something. I wonder how many years. You fuck up something, you lose the privileges of private planes and chauffeurs, and you have to drive a 20-year-old Civic like the rest of us. I'm telling you, it just makes things so much easier. Oh, you have a conference across the whole country? 20-year-old Civic that's bad on gas and burns oil. You drive. Takes you a week or two. Take the family. Visit some sites. And then when you fix the fuck up, you get your private plane privileges. Yeah, a 20-year-old Civic probably AC is busted. It only shoots warm air. But simple solutions. I mean, I have to deal with this. If I fuck up a piece of furniture and somebody gets hurt, I get sued. 20-year-old Civic would be the best outcome. Just because you're bigger, you're not more valuable as a human being than I am. You have more responsibility, yeah, but you get a lot more money for it, a lot more privileges. You support IOF, you get to spend 2 weeks in their prison with the prisoners. Let's see if you support them now. If you still do, great. You went through the torturous experience, you barely survived, you lost a leg, maybe an arm and an eye, you developed some sepsis, but you still think that their treatment of prisoners is good. Awesome. But then you know what you're talking about. Same goes for politicians. You want to start a war, your kids of draft or grandkids of draft age get drafted first. No exclusions. You vote for war, your kids get sent within the infantry first. Not cushy jobs in the playground, they get sent to the front. And then vote. If you really believe the war is necessary, great. Have your kids up front and center. And there will be politicians who will do it, they will believe it, there will kids be there to support it, there will be cousins that go like, hey, he's too big of a doctor, but I'll go instead. There is families like this that will do it. Imagine the morale boost when half of the politicians send their kids and grandkids into military basic training when they declare a war because we believe in it. And you very quickly find out who's just doing it. And again, make it personally responsible for a lot of things. I mean, I'm not saying this is the best idea ever because, a little bit. Anyways, I'm going to go start cutting them. I hate Windows. Almost as much as I hate Facebook, although I hate Facebook more. And taking anger out on with power tools is a bad idea. Any irrational and emotional behavior when power tools are involved is a bad idea. They're too dangerous. But I do get what you're saying. I guess, profound sense of justice is a biatch of a trait if there's a lot of injustice happening. I suppose it is what it is. You don't have to like it, you just have to obey. I'm gonna have to buy one more of these. Now that the radius got smaller, this seems to be going through it a lot faster. But when I listen to TikTok, I like listening to the Reddit stories that take bullies and it's one of those fuck around find outs. Those are my favorite stories on TikTok. It's a Reddit short stories, mostly AI generated, so they're repetitive. It's hard to find new and exciting ways to put a bully down, but every now and then I find something. I never liked bullies. I used to be one for a little bit, mostly because I didn't know any better. Plus size always affords you a certain level of privileges. It's not fair, but not much I can do about genetics. I don't like bullies. Um, I appreciate you being here with me. Makes makes the torturous thing palatable and actually kind of worth it. Back to screaming and wish I could see what I'm doing. No, I know that, but I appreciate you being here today because I was really like I had 5 or 6 viewers in the previous, right as you left, and then Sunny, I had to hard restart, and unfortunately YouTube shuts the stream down rather than like Twitch where it gives you 30 seconds to try to log in, relog. The computer shuts down, the stream is done. Not a bad thing. I suppose that is how it is. Being here, coming back and stopping by us. makes the whole trying to fight with Windows and all those drivers and whatnot just worth it. Okay, I did for a reason, just so Jen can see me again. It's silly, but that makes it easier for me to deal with the upsetty spaghetti thing. Stock used to be sometimes says, "You have feelings," and I'm like, "Yeah, I could have feelings. I could be hurting them right now." I don't get worried about jealousy or people as much as I get worried about injustice. Computer's not working, even though they're supposed to. Because that's the reason why I shouldn't be in power. My my visceral reaction to injustice. Oh, thank you. Well, you cared enough to look, so yeah, that's a lot. It's done. All right, so this is going to be a somewhat narrow cabinet. Questions: Are we doing? What are we doing for drawers? It's going to be the cabinet, right? Maybe a shelf on top or drawer on. I cannot see the camera. Okay, so put it sideways so it's easier to see. So there's going to be a drawer on top of this. Right? So if this is the roof of the whole thing, there's going to be a drawer right here, standard size as previously. And then what we have to do with the bottom. Again, this is not very big. This is 10.5 inches. So I think we put a tall drawer there that is split in the middle. So there's some kind of drawer here that is a split in the middle, so we can, load it up from both sides, or make, second drawer here and then put a large two-sided drawer. I think that's going to be pretty good. So the first drawer is going to have about this much space. Second drawer is going to have this much space. That's going to leave us with, this is all author in size. Author in size means this has to be big. It means that we have about 17.5 inches here. We put the drawer hardware, whatever we lose, call it 1.5 inches. So there's going to be a 16-inch vertical drawer. I think 16 inches is considerable amount. That's this much for stacking things. 15, 16 inches. For our friends with the Freedom units, that's 40 centimeters. It's about 40 centimeters. 40 centimeters is pretty good for like lids and whatnot. Or we can forego this drawer completely, make it top drawer for whatever, and then make it a bottom drawer that is a bottom drawer that is closer to 22 inches. And 22 inches, according to my little cheat sheet here, is about 56 centimeters. So 55 centimeters, 55 centimeters. And then we can have a vertical drawer with two side pockets, and a top row for spices or whatever. I think that will be pretty cool to make. This is going to be standing right next to the stove. It's not going to be very wide. This is the inside, but the actual thing is going to be shorter by, call it 1.5 inches. So this is 10.5, so it's going to be 9 inches. It is not very wide, so barrier here that puts it down to, call it 8, and then a barrier in the middle that's going to be 7.5 inches, so 3.5 on each side. So about this much space for like stacking utensils. I think that's going to be a pretty good idea. Well, the drawer is going to be like, you pull out the drawer, there's going to be, I'm assuming spices are going to go in there. And the drawers we make for this are 3.5 inches tall. So you can lay out most of the things. 3.5 inches tall is 9 centimeters, right? So you get, smaller vertically and everything else horizontally. So you have a spice drawer. And then I'm thinking this one, let me grab a piece of paper. I'm thinking this one will look something like this. Now that I have you guys close, we can talk about. So I'm thinking, right, we have the top sliding out, and that's a regular drawer, which it's about 3.5 inches or 90 millimeters, 9 centimeters. So that's, anyways, yeah. So that's the top drawer that slides out. And on the underneath it, I'm thinking of building something that looks like this. So you're gonna have a little kind of a flat pan looking thing, and then there's going to be a divider running through. The divider running through, and that divider is going to have kind of bucket looking situation where you can put things inside down here and pull them out. And, saucepans and lids and whatever. Maybe put, a little wooden dowels here, so there's a little extra barrier thing going on here, but you have this kind of empty space. Empty space here where you can just put things in. It's divided in half. Right? It's not very tall. This is not, I mean, this todo is going, this todo is about 56 centimeters. Right, so 20, what was it? It's like 22 inches or so. Right, so that was about there. This is going to take, call it 2 inches up here, just a very small thing. Deep, just to put a spoon kind of thing. That's on top. And then you have side entrance here. And I don't know if I want to make this one solid, or we just make it, kind of see-through, so so it's easier to get to it. Of course, at the end of the day, there will be a big, wooden face covering the whole thing up. But at least at the beginning, you have this access to it. So you have a drawer for spices, and then you can put like your larger spoons in here, because it's still 24 inches deep. Right, so there's going to be a bottom sheet. Going to be a bottom sheet here, right? And then we build out a little basket thing. I'm not sure how we're going to build this out. I'm thinking we put actual half an inch plywood here, but not to take up too much space. I don't know if we're going to do this, but just put this in. Maybe put another divider in here somehow on one side, so yeah, well, that's the idea, right? And I can put either hinges on the side, or undermount this and undermount this, or whatever. Undermount this, and hopefully the whole thing doesn't wiggle too much. Again, this is not for resting. This is one of those I need to stir something. So you pull up, grab, stir, right? And then you slide out. It's going to be on the left side of the stove. So right? So the general idea is that there's the stove is going to be right here. I'm assuming it's going to be a 4-burner sorts with the baking thing, right? Maybe a drawer on the bottom. So that's the stove, and that's 30 inches. Following that is going to be this very small cupboard that has a drawer on top and this kind of vertical drawer here, and then comes this kind of a lazy Susan blind corner construction. So that's ending up here, and then on this side you have another 20. So this is 12, and then you have another 24-inch thing here that we just built that has a drawer and a shelf kind, doors for longer storage, so pots and pans. But you have a spice rack drawer and this kind of a utility drawer here. Because otherwise, this is the drawers here are not going to be very big. Like this is the space where the drawer is going to be like this big. The drawers are a lot smaller. So that's the idea, is to have this one drawer on top, standard, so all of these tops are always the same size, and then something like this on the bottom. And then we can build the back as a full-fledged panel, so for stability. So we have the back made out of a solid piece. We have the bottom, the back out of a solid piece. Right, this is going to be out of a solid piece as well. Then we have this divider in the middle. That's going to be a solid piece. And then it's a question of these connections. So it actually looks good. So there's going to be the plywood is sticking out a little bit. So we have this. So this we can laminate, right? And this, the unlaminated part is going to be underneath it, and we can laminate it as well. Or I can try that. No, the client says whatever you think is best. I swear I designed the whole kitchen by myself. The only requirements that I had was the stove is, the middle of the stove is about 62 inches from the wall, and then on the other wall is that the sink is in the middle of the window, and the window opens at 20 inches, starts at 20 inches from the wall, and the window is like 68 inches wide. So that kind of limits where the middle of the sink is, and then when you have the middle of the sink, that forces the cabinet, because the cabinet underneath the sink has to be, well, it doesn't have to, it should be large enough. And then again, because I don't know which sink is being bought, I decided to make that cabinet 36 inches, which is the standard size. Right? That's how I got this. Right? Initially, the client thought about putting the fridge right here next to the stove, but the fridge is 3 feet out versus the stove being 2 feet out, which means that this would stick out and be problematic. The island, their initial thought of the island was to put it closer, and then again, I decided to push it back because ergonomics, because 42 inches or 44 inches is about the right space for 2 people to pass next to each other. So, I'm just kind of making it up as I go along. I'm guessing the dimensions. Like I did enough reading. I downloaded 15 catalogs that had actually the sizes of cabinets, and and I'm guessing the best I can. Right? This one's 16 because there's a requirement that the fridge is not very much past 12 feet. Because this was the old size of the kitchen. And now it's an open kitchen, open. So I got it at 146.5 inches. So I got it at 2.5 inches off where it was, but but that was that was okay. And then this supposed to expand a little bit more. So I put a pantry there, and the pantry is going to be vertical. Like this wall will have cabinets above, and there will be cabinets here, and then somewhere here, starting somewhere here to about here or so, there is a window, and the sink is kind of forced to be 52.5 inches from this wall because that's the middle of the window, and that was a requirement. The requirement was that for the stove to be here and for this to be here. Everything else, including where the electrical outlets should be, was kind of like figured out. So I'm figuring it out. But frankly, no clue. I haven't built enough cabinets in my life. After this, will be a lot easier, especially if I'm smart enough to write notes down of how I made most of those things and what sizes I used, which is tricky because I have been writing those things down. Like I'm kind of making it up as I go along. So, but yeah, this is the cabinets, right? This is the stove. That's the flat one we just made. We need to build a shell for it, but this is the cabinet. So I'm thinking something like this would be cool. Genuinely a cool thing. Maybe instead of having it under mount slides, I'll put side slides that are pushed to unlock. So you push this and this just slides out, right? You don't have to grab a handle, you just kind of pop it. I have slides like this so maybe that will be interesting. Because under mount slides means moving this up. And side slides I can just put 1, 2, 1, 2, so use 2 sets, and then the whole thing just hopefully is going to go. Or maybe I use some of the the slides I have, the industrial slides, to put on the bottom, and the top is going to be just lock in. I have no idea. But I think this kind of divider in the middle, how big is this going to be? Let's see. It's what, about 1 inch with tank in the middle. So this whole thing is 12. So this inside is going to be 10 5/8, and then we lose another inch, so it's 9.5. So this is at most 9.5. So we lose half an inch on each side, so that's 8.5. So at most, this is going to be about D wide. It's not very much space for a lot of things, right? That's my hand by comparison, right? That's a pen. That's not a lot of space to play with, but hopefully, Now, if you put a middle split in the middle here, then we are left with 4. Then we're left with 4 inches on each side, but we have to have a half an inch here, so that becomes 3.5. So the side pockets are going to be about knee big. So each side of the side pockets is at most 3.5 inches. That's not a lot of space. That's a lid, maybe 2, unless I make it at that angle so people can slide a bunch of lids in there. Unless I build some kind of a angular sliding thing, right? So you don't put the lids down like this, you put them like this, right? So I just have it notched, bunch of notched things, right? So you have the middle, and they're notched like this. Oh yeah, but I need something here because this needs to be supported. So I need to support it somehow. Maybe I'll support it up front, make this piece a solid piece as a whole. And then, you just have an opening from the sides. And then people can put plastic containers in there with for whatever they need. Or maybe I will put this side, make this side solid, so it's open from the front and the stove side, right? So when this comes out here, when this slides out here, maybe something like this, going upside down. All right. So when this slides out, we have the little drawer top, and then we have this side solid and this side solid. So the entrance is from the side, or maybe just this side solid. Maybe just this solid, and you have entrance from this side and from that side. But I need more solid things. I mean, conversely, I could try to build some pillars here, to support this. Or lastly, I could just build the bottom platform. Just build the bottom platform with a little bit of a lip. So what I'm thinking is for the thing we're gonna have. How do I draw it? So we have the top drawer, all fancy and whatnot. It's the top drawer, and then the bottom. For now, I will just build it like this. I'll just build this. I'll just build, just this. It's the bottom drawer like this, empty on the top. And then we can figure out how to put things in there for support. Maybe I can make something out of wood, that's, and just make this like a bottom empty drawer with the front panel. Just, again, there's a front panel that needs to cover this whole thing. So there's a front panel that covers this, and then again, the front panel would be nice if it was supported somewhere. So it would be nice if we could, get a little bit of support here somehow. So again, this idea of putting a top drawer and then just empty bottom that you have access to. You have access from both sides, not the front, but you have access from this, right, from this side and this side. Bigger pots. Again, not much space, because as we discussed, this is the inside of this is 8.5 by 24, so there's plenty of space this way, and I think this way we can get 18 to 20 inches maybe. Again, the pots should be either inside of this, the blank corner, or on the bottom here. But still, it's 8.5. This is not much space. This is this much space. I have big hands, but that's the amount of space you have inside. Estimated. Right. The other option, the last option we have, is say screw that and we just make 3 drawers. A small one, 3.5 inches, and 2 big ones. Right? So that's an option. And just have jars like sugar or something in there. Again, right? It's some options to it. I could just leave it, build a top drawer, and then just leave it. And when the client gets here, ask them exactly what they want for this. Present them with some options. Because again, the pots should be in here and possibly here on the bottom. Because that's 24 by 24 deep with a removable shelf. So there's plenty of space here. This should be a kind of a convenient thing. You know, grab something to add. Cooking utensils. Yeah. Plus, one has to remember that, right, this is this space we're talking about. There's going to be drawers here. There's going to be 2 drawers on each side. So there's 2 drawers, 2 small drawers here, and then 1 large one on the bottom. That's right opposite of it. You know, so you just have to turn around. There's space. There's gonna be space here for things. So storage. Like the idea is to put, this is a trash can thing, so this is going to come out here, and there's going to be a trash can in here, and then drawer on top, and storage underneath it. Some shelves on the outside, but that's just the outside, and then an outlet here, and then an outlet here somewhere. Right, so let's build it with 1 drawer, because I want the 1 drawer anyways, because it will match all the furniture we have, you know, the top, the same looking thing, so this will be easier for me to deal with it. Let's build the top drawer the way we've been building it, and then let's worry about the bottom later. Of course, I'm not going to be building the drawer. I don't think I'm going to be building the drawer today. I don't feel like setting up the router. Probably pre-cut. This is I. We build F, so I. Maybe I will start on J, or maybe I'll start on the island. And then I will leave the high cabinets for another time. But yeah, this is me having those conversations with me over and over again for the past 2 weeks, maybe 3, but maybe longer. And you know, and you sit there and you just do the calculations, because you have to sit there and figure out, right? And that's the information like I get. You know, old cabinet design 160, 50, 550, right? New cabinet sizes, recommendations, right? And then you go through, you know, actual measurements. Of course, those are internal, not external, so, you know, so there's a bunch of, but just pages upon pages of this, and you sit down and you look at all schematics and you try to figure out what's better, and then more, and just where do you cut the corner, how far, how much spacing you leave between, frames and faces and faceless, and then how do you attach things. Like, I think I did a pretty decent job trying to get myself educated on how this is done. Anybody talking to me? Canada. No, but you can read this. Crumb sandwich, white bread, full of bologna, with Russian dressing and a small pickle. Well done. Crossing liquor store in Kenona, British Columbia. Okay. Right, let's put it together. So for now, let's use all of these. This we can leave for another build. If it's longer, I don't want to cut it in half when I'm not going to use it right now. This can get put into the bucket. Then these. Where's the sides? Oh yeah, we have to make the hole first. Close the blade. This away, chisel away. And then this is the side so they don't get drilled. To drill these. That's the bottom. That's the bottom, and then the. I'm loving this machine. I just wish I had two more tables like this. One for assembly and one for extra things like this. The thing ain't exactly like that. Lift you up. Okay, you do your house things, and I'm gonna make some noise. challenge myself to do a dust collection entrance there, so we can make a dust collection entrance there. 2 and an 8 is big enough for connector. How big is this connector? Well, I think it's too big for this. Unless I get another one of these. A quarter probably. So it'd be good to have that. How do I connect it? So I can use the same hose connectings. That's the thing you get from the CNC probably. It's a CNC connector. So make a smaller one. How big is this? 3/8. Inch and 3/8 it is. 1 and 3/8. Big are you? Inch and 3/4. How much off is this? Oh, way off. Maybe 1.5 at most. You are 1.25 inches. Look, 1.5 inches. Made a hole this bit. This even work? It looks like it would jam okay, 1.25 inches. This is way over 1.25 inches. Oh, this is 1.5 inches. Okay. This is way over 1.5 inches. But this could fit. Maybe we do after this first. Go ahead, anything else here? Oh my god. 1.25 inches. 1.5 inches. 1.5 inches. You 1.5 inches. Not a big fan of the whole throws, but so that one. We could try going with what? We could go with what's the thing? Force snippet. We could go with a force snippet. Oh. Where do we drill without damaging the stuffing? Okay, let's look. Dust is collecting right here in the corner, so let's put one right here, right above the corner. And just in case we need to expand it. Over there. Let's do it like 2 inches from this side, 1.5 inches from this side. 1.5 inches realistically gave me 1 inch, so I can make it at most 2. So let's make it a little higher. 2 inches this way and 2.5 this way. There's the thickness too. 2 3/4. This be okay. Feels like it needs to be close to the ground. Let's get weak waters sorted out this way. Let's go base. Then we're going to get inch and a half from there, 2 inches from there. That's this line. Okay, and then we want to put then we can drill it at an angle. And then if we expand it, we can always expand it afterwards. So drill it at an angle like this. You can aim for the biggest collection. Right, that makes sense. So I'm looking at the dust, it's all collecting here in the corners. Nope, don't budge. This has a depth limitation. Right. So, okay, hammer time. Just all the plywood layers. That's the plywood layers. It's not the nicest outcome, but we have a hole. Should collect most of this dust. Cover this the way it was. Drag the dust collection. Wish I could have a dust collection hose that is as comfortable as this red orange one, a little shorter. Oh, it's a little too big.
Maybe I have to enclose the whole thing for this to for the suction to actually work. And then close all of this thing. It's gonna be tricky to enclose it all, but maybe it will do okay. Definitely noisy. It works nicely. It's a lovely machine.
Remember? Oh, it's not 30. That's not 30. Touch the bottom to the back first, and then the bottom to the Okay. Hold on. No. Go. Angle. See anything? Or am I just? Hey, welcome back. See anything? No, not. Can't see most of the struggle. Glue has a thickness to it, so and the veneer so does. But veneer is pretty consistent. Glue thickness messes up a little with your cabinet. A little bit of lip. I mean, it could be that I'm just telling things wrong, but I would like to believe it's the glue's fault, not my fault. And always perfectly straight. Bending here. There. Booked. Oh. Good. 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 Four. So 50 screws, at least 50 screws per. More sometimes a little bit less. 50 screws per number. I think the machine that drills all those holes. Worth it. If I ever become a cabinet maker, it's gonna be a jig to hold things like this together. Some standardized ways I can just hold them together without having to clamp it every time at weird angles. It's just annoying. Inefficient. Annoying. I know. Just now see my back, see the action. Things around. 90. Start back. No, I'm gonna start with the face because this is the alignment that is visually important. force alignment. Yeah, or or some kind of a over-engineered set of biases or something. Like I have something like this for my CNC, right? That over-engineered biases, which work pretty well for now. Waiting for a couple projects to pay, and then I'm gonna order the actual trapezoidal screws to improve the efficiency of those biases. Uh, because if I thought about a machine like this, somebody else thought about it, and then, I'm out of the job, kind of thing. You want smart, but not too smart. Like dating. You want somebody who's smart, but not too smart. You don't want to find out that you're dating, a supervillain or Elon Musk or whatever. Waiting for people to realize that the terraforming of Mars is not a solution to we fucked up the climate on Earth and global warming. Because that's right now. I'm listening to people go like, "Oh yeah, we can go to Mars tomorrow." Like, yeah, well, you can escape, you can try, but that's not going to solve the problem of we're all going to die here. Need to move the camera a considerable amount of back, otherwise it's hard to see what I'm giving up here on top. Later. Okay, if there are problems. So that's one. Install the slides while we are at. Right. for just, so this is the size of it. Right. So maybe it's enough to make it wall here. Then I'll scooping here and then you have access to this. We have a face, a back panel, sorts. Maybe I need to do more research about the shapes of those things. That's the smart thing. Maybe make it a cabinet. That would solve the problem too. The problem is it's narrow, so but it will be the least waste of space to put doors on. In theory, harder to reach, but least waste of space. Yes. Go draw on top and then, or maybe make it the bottom just go out. That's it. Make doors and then a slidable bottom. Or maybe just a wall. Wall with back, and again, wall back and then bottom. And I could hang it on this wall using sliders. One on the bottom, one on here, but two on here, and just holding this whole thing. Yeah, let's do some. Let's make this space to work. So 10 and 5/8. Build a drawer for this. 5/8 by 24. Oh, by 21. paper ahead. How do we calculate drawers? Drawers are okay. No, it's not the drawers. 21 by width of cabinet minus 2 and 5 milliseconds. So 4.5 by 21 times 2, then 4.5 front and back is width minus 2 and 5 eighths. So 12 minus 2 and 5 eighths. That's 10, 9, and 3 eighths. 9, 5 eighths is 10 plus 2. It's not good. Four and 9, 3 eighths. Number of things that have a little shorter, so you can use those. Not shorter, that's okay. Nothing is shorter with quarters. That these, and then I need dots. Wow, sounds fancy. These will need to be 9 and 3 eighths. Goes down. Shorter ones, so this is the shorter. One and a half by 1.5. 9 and 3/8. Then we need 21 by 9 and 3/8. Is that half an inch? 3/4, 3/4. That's a half an inch. That's a half an inch. That's a base too. Two proper bases. So we have one that is used. That's a tiny piece. But we had a big slice. Here you says that or something. That's it. Yeah, there's it. And that, oh, that. Oh. 21 by 9 and 24. That one you set to waste, but can't do anything about it. A 9 and 3/8, so it's gonna be 9.5. So put it down. Or 9.5, 9 and 5/8. Give myself a quarter inch to work with. Mistake. Or banged up. 9 and 5. Maybe I need to, just screw, trying to do the Egala cam link and just go with some kind of a AI gimbal tracking software. Will follow me around. That's the solution to my problems. Just have a camera, cell phone camera. Just have a something that tracks me around. Solves all my problems, right? Especially if it can do zoom in and out. And for that, whatever is in front of me, there's space. Wait, are we still on the music that is copyright free? Yeah, we are on the last 15 minutes. Perfect. It's gonna be time for you to go home. So. and so that my headphones are going without. I mean, I'm smart enough to build a motion sensing and motion following and AI, driven thing to follow me around. So I'm always in training. Can be that difficult to do. Can be can be that difficult to do. It can take time off woodworking to do it. That's the true cost. I still don't have a normal enough schedule to have time off to do things, to do side projects like this. Maybe first I should have get a normal schedule. I think about AI. There's an AI guy. Nine fields. I don't have to clean the edges. Up. Good. That's the top drawer. Okay. Ah, we switch songs. Is this copyright free or are we going to get punished? Yep. We've been doing 20 minutes of copyrighted music. So, okay, well, I'm closing the stream down. We got 19 minutes of the video. I'll just edit it out. We don't go to the whole copyright territory. We're just gonna edit that part out and everything should be okay. I like how YouTube switches from, yeah, we're using copyright too. Let's do something that is explicitly said as copyrighted music. I suppose that's the end. They're supposed to be watched, not used for background. Maybe I should download my own playlist or something. Like me some songs. Thanks. Cat. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys next time. Oh, thank you for hanging out with me. We got two cabinets down and one drawer, so we're in decent shape. But we also lost 2 hours. But hopefully tomorrow is gonna be a better day. Monday. Well, we know how Mondays are. At least I got F off my list, and I got I. Mm, we got one more after listening. Where's the cap? I hate this. Just yeah, start new listings. Hey, Urban. Yeah, well, we will see how it goes. Today, I crashed my stream
because NVidia decided that it's smarter than me. And now I lost my cap for my pen, which is always fun. It's kind of, it is what it is. Not much, just finishing the stream. It's late. It's late. It's calling it quits for today. We got two drawers in, two cabinets done. We have we are down to 5. So depending on how you count, I have 15 more to go. Yeah, it's 10. It's 10 minutes after 10, so it's it's late. I wanted to complete the drawer so that I can glue up, and then tomorrow we can laminate it and put it in. But the drawers are coming out quite nice. So that's a small, kind of a tiny cabinet. I have big hands, but still tiny. And then that's the other one we completed today. It obviously needs a shelf. We already had it pinned, but we need a shelf. And then soft close undermount drawers. And then we have some more drawers ready. And then my pocket hole machine is doing fantastic. So we are pocket holing everything, the Jesus out of it. And then this drawer right there is going to go in here. It's going to be like this is kind of a spice rack cabinet right by the stove. I don't know what to do with this. I'm thinking maybe 2 drawers, maybe one tall one, maybe some cupboard. Again, there's not much space here. It's about 9 inches of space. So, well, the opening is 10.5 or about. But once you start putting drawers, it's going to get a lot smaller. So yeah, I'm just loading stuff. Yeah, that's mess. Barely any space. That's what it is. Yeah, the pocket holes are just saves my life. Because every cabinet takes about 50 pocket holes, so that's the usual amount. So well, I don't know that usual amount. That's the amount I've been coming up with. So I'm slowly going through the material. I'm still ahead of my estimate, so that's good. But I have that's the here's the kitchen. Maybe. So here's the kitchen, the layout. So fridge with a small cabinet on top, followed by a 24-inch, 36-inch tall, 24 wide, 16 deep cabinet on top. Then a small 4 drawers we already handed out. 1 drawer, 1 shelf, similar to the one you saw there, already handed out. It's still missing the doors and the faces, but a 36-inch wide sink cabinet done. I have a corner one, 34.5 by 34.5. And then this wall right here will have, that's the cabinet. The small one you saw, there will be a stove. The one against the wall you saw, and then there will be a tall one, 7.5 feet tall. And then there's 4 of these 24 by 16 by 36, and then above the stove, I don't know if it's a microwave or exhaust fan, so there's one. And then we have an island to do that's 40 by 75, but there's a lip, 2 and 6-inch lips. So, so presumably I have 34 inches to do cabinets this way and 69, 68 inches the other way. So there's going to be 1 large cabinet, 2 drawers on top and open on the bottom. A trash can cabinet that's going to come out here, and then shelves here, and then cabinets with drawers here. I mean, the look of the kitchen is like an L with the island somewhere here. Right? That's all I have to do. It's 10 by 12 feet kitchen. That's the kitchen. That's the kitchen. Right. That's just a test. That's a test piece, but that's the island, and then that's the first layer of cabinets. And of course, I was given a lot of liberty to design it the way I want to. So so it's been a struggle because try to figure out how to. I folded the identifiable information, but that's the fridge, cabinet here. That's around the corner, and then around the corner is right. That's the corner, and then cabinets, pantry, cabinets. Things are getting moved along, and then comes the island. I haven't sketched the islands out yet, and then I have to figure out about the corner. That's the only thing. Like this corner unit, 34 by 34 by 24 this way, 34 against the wall. I want to build. I think I'm going to build a set of drawers on top that come at an angle, and then on the bottom is going to be just like a double door cabinet. Uh, uh, yeah, I like the freedom part, but when you don't know anything about cabinets, like the biggest problem I had for the longest time is how big are you making the first drawer, the top layer, right? Because you want to do it even across the board. How deep is the first drawer on top? The utensils drawer, the spice drawer, the tea drawer, whatever. The top drawer, because it's going to be same across this is going to have a panel. This is going to have a drawer. All of these are going to have a drawer or a panel at this height, right? How big is that? You make that piece 5, right? Then subtract all the things. Then internal drawer is going to be only 2.5 inches deep. 2.5 inches is not a lot. So you want to do 3 inches. Well, then you need the front panel at least 5.5, and so on and so forth. So I decided that I'm going to go with 6-inch panels on top, right? That's going to give me about, I want to say 3/8 on top and an eighth between the next panel. So that's the idea, but the whole panel thing is tricky too. So I gave the client a bunch of choices, right? Have a modern flush look, or are we doing creative? Are we doing shakers? Again, this is pine and plywood, so right. Are we doing shakers, or are we doing mitered corners? So we're doing mitered corners and this kind of raised panel thing. So those are the choices. So so these are this, and then this is going to be about 2 1/8 thick. That's how I'm going to deal with the tops, because 2 1/8 here, 2 1/8 here, it means 2 in the middle. So I might have to find out the tops, and for that I have 100. I used to have 170 board feet of maple. I have it pre-cut. I'm going to have to thin this out because this is 15/16. That's all, about an inch. I have to thin it out to 3/4. So I'm going to put it through a planer. It's a lot of waste, but it is what it is. So these things are 10 feet tall. So all of those things are 10 feet tall. So that's this. But that's about the size. This is 2 1/4. So I ran it through the jointer. I have to, I ran it through the table saw. So I have, one of those, couple smaller ones, and the next big thing that's going to cause problems with this is I have to glue up some of those panels. Right? So they all come rough. I have a decent jointer, so flat surface. I'm going to glue up the panels so when I make the bigger doors, I can get vertical grain. Right? So I don't have the situation where the doors are like this and the grain runs horizontally. So here's the perfect example, right? This. The grain runs horizontally. Right? So I'm going to try to make the grain So that's the big next big. But I got the technique down to make cool corners for the for the drawers. So the drawers are all they're half an inch wide, 12 millimeter, and the corners are quarter kind of corners. So pretty strong. Although this piece tends to fall off because again, this is I made them perfectly, like they're really close to perfect, and they're really snug. So if you push them out, sometimes you have little blowouts and you have to put them in. Like, so there's little things. I mean, this is the dado for the draw bottom because all of it is half an inch, including the draw bottoms. Because quarter-inch maple was as expensive as half an inch birch, so it all is. Yeah, and then of course this is birch, but I have maple laminate on the edges. We got pretty good about this, and then of course my pocket holes everywhere, very satisfying. But yeah, that's where we are at. Okay. And then all the imperfections are hidden with a little bit of shellac. So all the imperfections I have, when the when the when the top layer gets a little roughed, because like you see here from cutting, you can see just barely this line here. It's just a little bit of shellac, and it's pretty good about hiding some of the imperfections of my craft. Again, not perfectly straight. Like you see, this bothers me, but this is one of the first panels I actually veneered, so I'm okay with this being not perfect. Especially when I put a drawer here, nobody's gonna see it. It needs a little sanding. Ah, thanks. Well, on that, I'm going home. Thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, we might still do a cell phone video rather than cameras because camlink is being annoying. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right, I'm gonna push the button. Where's the button? And then the reason why we have no music is because we ran through a 12-hour playlist, and Google and YouTube decided to play us copyrighted music. So I have to try to edit that out. Until then, good night, Urban. Good night, Jen. Good night, everybody else. Have a good night.